Krishna Kirtana Ganana Karnapatau Premamrita Vanidhi Dhira Dhira Jana Dhira Vandeham Sri Guru Sri Juta Padakamalam Sri Gurum Vaishnavanshan Sri Rupam Chakrajatam Sahagana Raghunathanvitam Tvam Sadivam Sadaitam Savadhutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Sri Radha Krishna Padam Sagana Lalita Sri Vishakhanitanstam Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasadi Gaur-bhakta-vrinda Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasadi Gaur-bhakta-vrinda Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaur-bhakta-vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna,
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
संसार दावानल निरलोका तदाय कारुण घनाघनत्यम् प्राप्त सकलन गुणार्णवश वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् महाप्रभु कीर्तन नित्य गीता बादित्रमाजन्मन सोरसेना रोमाञ्चकं पाशुतरङ्गभाजो वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् संसार दावानललीललोका ज्ञानाय कारुण्य घनाघनत्यम् प्राप्त सकलन गुणार्णवश वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् श्रीविग्रहाराधन नित्यनाना सिंगार तन्मन्दिरमार्जनादौ श्रीविग्रहाराधन नित्यनाना सिंगार तन्मन्दिरमार्जनादौ युक्तश्च भक्तांश्च निजुञ्जतोऽपि वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् युक्तश्च भक्तांश्च निजुञ्जतोऽपि वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् संसार दावानललीललोक प्राणाय कारुण्य घनाघनत्यम् प्राप्त सकल्यान् गुणार्णवश वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् चतुर्विधासी भगवत प्रसाद सद्वान्नतितान हरिभक्त संघान चतुर्विधासी भगवत प्रसाद सद्वान्नतितान हरिभक्त संघान तृप्तैव तृप्तिं भजत सदैव तृप्तैव तृप्तिं भजत सदैव वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दम् श्रीराधिका माधवयर पार माधुर्यलीला गुणरूप नाम्नाम् श्रीराधिका माधवयर पार माधुर्यलीला गुणरूप नाम्नाम् प्रतीक्षण स्वादन ललोपशम् प्रतीक्षण स्वादन ललोपशम् वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् संसारदावानलञ्जलोक प्राणाय कारुण्य घनाघनत्यम् प्राप्तस्य कल्याणगुणान्नवस्य वन्दे गुरश्री चरणरविन्दम् निकुञ्जजूनरतिकेली निकुञ्जजूनारतिकेली सिद्धैः जाजाली विद्युक्तिरपेक्षणीया निकुञ्जजूनारतिकेली सिद्धैः जाजाली विद्युक्तिरपेक्षणीया तत्रातिदाक्षादतिवल्लभस्य वन्दे गुरश्री चरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्री चरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्री चरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्री चरणरविन्दं संसारदावानललिलोक प्राणाय कारुण्य घनाघनतम् भक्तस्य कल्याणगुणान्नवस्य वन्दे गुरश्री चरणरविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्री चरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्री चरणरविन्दम् साक्षादरितेन समस्तशास्त्रैः युक्तस्तथा भावत एव सद्भिः साक्षादरितेन समस्तशास्त्रैः युक्तस्तथा भावत एव सद्भिः किन्तु प्रभुः प्रिय एव तस्य वन्दे गुरश्री चरणरविन्दम् किन्तु प्रभुः प्रिय एव तस्य वन्दे गुरश्री चरणरविन्दम् संसारदावानललिलोक प्राणाय कारुण्य घनाघनत्यम् प्राप्तस्य कल्याणगुणार्णवस्य वन्दे गुरश्री चरणरविन्दम् प्रसादात् भगवत् प्रसाद यस्य प्रसादात् न गति कुतोऽपि यस्य प्रसादात् भगवत् प्रसाद यस्य प्रसादात् न गति कुतोऽपि दयं स्तुवं तस्य यशस्वी सन्धं दयं स्तुवं तस्य यशस्वी सन्धं वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दं संसारदावानलनिरलोका ज्ञानाय कारुण्य घनाघनत्यं भक्तस्य कल्याणगुणार्णवस्य वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दं 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 शारदावाणललितलोका प्राणाय कारुण्यघनाघनतं भक्तस्य कल्याणगुणार्णवस्य वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दं
हरे राम कृष्ण जग नमः राधाबाय माधवाय केशवाय नमः हरे गोपाल गोविंद राम मधुसूदन गोपाल गोविंद राम गिरिधारी गोपी मदन गिरिधारी गोपी मदन मोहन हरे राघवाय नमः राघवाय माधवाय केशवाय नमः हरे गोपाल गोपाल गोविंद राम श्री मधुसूदन गोपाल गोविंद राम श्री मधुसूदन गिरिधारी गोपीनाथ धारी गोपीनाथ मदन गिरिधारी गोपीनाथ मदन हरये नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत चिता श्री चैतन्य श्री चैतन्य नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत चिता हरि गुरु वैष्णव हरि गुरु वैष्णव भागवत गीता हरि गुरु वैष्णव भागवत गीता हरये हरये राघवाय माधवाय राघवाय माधवाय केशव नमः हरये राघवाय नमः हरये राघवाय माधवाय माधवाय आय माधवाय केशव नमः हरये रघुना रूप भट्ट रघुना बाल भट्ट Madhavaya Namah Jagavaya Madhavaya Jagavaya Maya Kesava Jai Gosai Jai Tarasa Asobara Padarena Mora Panchara Jai Gosai Jai Tarasa Asavara Padarena Mora Panchara Eithai Kari Jarana Bangnan Eithai Kari Jarana Bangnan Jahan hite bignana Obisam Eichaiga Kaikari Jarana Bangnan Jahan hite bignana Maya Namah Jadavaya Madhavaya Kesavaya Namah Adaya Tader charana sevi bhakta janeva Tader charana sevi bhakta janeva janame janame ma জয়ে গোসাই যাবে ব্রজে কইল বাস জয়ে গোসাই যাবে ব্রজে কইল বাস রাধা কৃষ্ণ রাধা কৃষ্ণ নিত্য লীলা কলিল আমি ব্রজে ব্রজে রাধা নিত্য লীলা করিল আনন্দে বল হরি ভজ বৃন্দাবন হরি বৈষ্ণবে মজায়ামম আনন্দে বল হরি আনন্দে বল হরি ভজ বৃন্দাবন হরি বৈষ্ণবে মজায়ামম আনন্দে হরি ভজ বৃন্দাবন হরি বৈষ্ণবে মজায়ামম হে নম কৃষ্ণ হরে Namo Krishna Jagavaya Namah Madhavaya Ketamaya Namah Hare जग बुरा चंद बोले जाग जाग बुरा चंद बोले निद्रा जाओ तुम सचीर को बोले गिर जाग निद्रा जाओ तुम्हें सचीर खोले जाग जाग চাঁদ বলে জাগ জাগ চাঁদ বলে কত নিদ্রা যাও তুমি মায়া পিশাচীর কোলে কত নিদ্রা যাও তুমি মায়া পিশাচীর কোলে জাগ জাগ গোরা চাঁদ বলে জাগ 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 চাঁদ বলে কত নিদ্রা যাও তুমি কত নিদ্রা কত নিদ্রা যাও তুমি মায়া পিতা কত নিদ্রা যাও তুমি কত নিদ্রা যাও তুমি পিশাচীর কোলে জাগ 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 গোরা চাঁদ বলে জাগ জাগ বলে কত নিদ্রা যাও মায়া পিশাচীর কোলে निद्रा जो माया पिछाची बोले जाग जाग गोर बोले बर लागी औषधि माया जीवन लागी हरि नाम महामंत्र रह तुम्हें मागी औषधि माया जीवन लागी जीवन लागी हरि नमः महामंत्र लहतु मागी हरि नमः महामंत्र लहतु मागी औषधि माया जीवन मागी हरि नम महामंत्र मागी भक्ति विनद प्रभु चरण पिया भक्ति विनद प्रभु चरण पिया हरि नाम महामंत्र लोरी
गाए गोरचन मधु करे नम गाए गोरचन मधु करे गाए गोरचन मधु करे हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Nam gaye gorachan madhu kare Nam gaye gorachan madhu kare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare
Oh, I mean, I just. Oh, it's on?
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna.
Oh, it works good. I knew that. But see, it's only two on the top. It goes up to 6 or so if you have it. Oh, the batteries?
Yeah. I don't have another one to swap. This is the wireless one.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Hello, Hare Krishna. Welcome everyone to our Sunday Hare Krishna Love Feast. My name is Nanda Braja Das. I'll be speaking today on the Bhagavad Gita. We're talking about chapter 9 called Confidential Knowledge. We'll go over a few verses and then we'll look at one specifically and go through the entire translation and purport of it. I was really feeling this part of the Bhagavad Gita because at the end of this talk, we're going to do a presentation on safety, on active shooter safety. And so I was thinking, when I heard this and then I was giving the talk, I was like, what can we get from Bhagavad Gita that talks about safety and gives the devotee some sense of solace, and especially in these crazy times when we have to literally give a presentation on active shooter. It's pretty crazy, but we can take some solace in Bhagavad Gita and we'll read some stuff. First we're going to sing Jai Radha Madhava. If you guys can sing along, please. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Gopijana Vallabha Girivaradari Jaya Gopijana Vallabha Girivaradari Yashoda Nandana Brajajana Ranjana Yashoda Nandana Brajajana Ranjana Jamuna Tiravanachari Jamuna Tiravanachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Gopijana Vallabha Girivaradari Yashoda Nandana Brajajana Ranjana Yamuna Tira Vanachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunjabiyari Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Jaya Radha Madhava, Radha Madhava, Sri Radhe. Jaya Radha Kala Sanji, Radha Kala Sanji, Sri Radhe. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada. Shri Radha Madhava ki jai, Shri Radha Kala Sanji ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. So this chapter, chapter 9, is titled The Most Confidential Knowledge. Is this mean confidential as in like an FBI file that's confidential? Raise your hand if you think it means confidential like an FBI file that only a select few people are privy to the information. No, it doesn't mean that. It's not that meaning confidential. Confidential, actually this is available for anyone, but it's confidential because not many people take it. It's widely, boom, you'll see out here we have so many Bhagavad Gitas, but yet people don't take Bhagavad Gita. They don't read about Krishna. So he says that this is confidential knowledge, meaning that very few are actually eager to hear about it. And so we're going to start off, like I mentioned before, some of you guys have come in, that we're going to have later here a presentation on safety for the temple. And so when I heard about that and I heard that I was giving class today, I had some inspiration to look into Bhagavad Gita for things as devotees. We can look to say, what is it that will make us feel safe in Bhagavad Gita? before we get started though on that, is there anybody here for the new, here for the first time? Anybody new first time? Yes? Oh, so a lot of people are brand new. Welcome. Raise your hand if out of your new people, how are you out of 1 to 10? Okay, here we go. Are you familiar with Bhagavad Gita at a 5? Raise your hand. If you, 1 being, I'm not so familiar with Bhagavad Gita, and 10 being, like, you should just take my place. Which you don't have to be at 10, by the way. You probably be at like a 6 or 7. You can take my. But anyways, okay. How about, I know Bhagavad Gita, probably about a 3. How about like a 5? 5? Yeah, you can. A 6 or a 7. Anybody know in Bhagavad Gita 6 or 7? So raise your hand if you don't want to raise your hand. Okay, so I'm gonna go on a limb here and kind of give this class in a way of somebody who's kind of new to Bhagavad Gita, and I hope that's helpful. So I might explain some stuff that's maybe elementary to some of you, but if it is, please be patient because there's some of us that haven't read Bhagavad Gita very much. Okay. So we start here where Krishna, text 7, Krishna says, whatever you do, whatever you eat, whatever you offer or give away, and whatever austerities you perform, do that, O son of Kunti, as an offering to me. This word austerities, it's not used very much. Can anybody explain to me what austerity means? Raise your hand if you go look now. Yeah, you're accepting some inconvenience. I'm thinking on purpose, but voluntarily. You're voluntarily taking on some austerity or some inconvenience. And he says, we do this so much, right? We go to work, or if you drive in Dallas, talk about an austerity, right? Man, it's crazy driving out there, right? So Krishna says, if you do that, you do it for me. This material world is made in such a way that one has to work. You can't get away with not working. If you just sit there and do nothing, then you will perish. But the material world is made in a way that one has to work. And Srila Prabhupada says in the purport of this text, he says, it is the duty of everyone to mold his life in such a way that he will not forget Krishna in any circumstance. Everyone has to work for maintenance of his body and soul together. And Krishna recommends herein that one should work for him. So, this is devotional service. A lot of us are working because we have families and we have to take care of them. The moms, you know this especially, right? How much work that you're doing for your baby out of that devotion of them. And so Krishna says, ultimately, please, you do this service, you do it for me. Let's go to 28. In this way, you will be freed from bondage to work, and its auspicious and inauspicious results. With your mind fixed on me in this principle of renunciation, you will be liberated and come to me. There's again, a few words that aren't so commonly used. This one, auspicious, might be a little bit more familiar. Can somebody tell me, you raise your hand, what does auspicious mean? Somebody said something? What is it? I'm sorry. A good thing, right? It's favorable, right? Auspicious is, it's favorable, the result is going to be favorable. And inauspicious means that the result is going to be unfavorable. Now, Krishna says here, in this way you'll be freed from bondage of work and its auspicious and inauspicious results. Well, of course I want to be freed from my inauspicious work, but why would somebody want to be freed from auspicious work? Why would Krishna say this? Does anybody have any guesses why we want to be free from auspicious, inauspicious work? They're both in binding. We could also call this binding another word, right? That's being used a lot nowadays. What's that word, bonding? It starts with a K. Karma. Karma's binding. With karma, whether it's inauspicious or auspicious, it's binding to us. So why would we be want to be free of karma, whether it's good or bad? Because in the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna explains that as the soul, we are taking bodies on one after another, and our consciousness is determining what our next body is going to be. So you all right now are determining what your next body is going to be. When you leave this body, your activities and the consciousnesses you developed in this lifetime will carry you to the next one. Well, you know what? If all my activities were auspicious and I was to have a really good birth, man, that sounds pretty cool, right? Well, in the material life, there's 4 things that we can't get away, no matter how cool we are, how popular we are, how many times our picture is on the front of People magazine. Can somebody name one of those 4 things that no matter how cool you are, how popular you are, how beautiful you are, how rich you are, how powerful you are, what are these 4 things that you are going to have to experience that nobody wants to experience? Raise your hand if you know one of them. Death. Raise your hand if you want to die. No. Stop it, Prabhu. If you raised your hand, you're pretty confident in your next birth. I like it. What else? What else is something in our life that we're going to experience that we don't want to experience? How about old age? Okay, so sometimes when we're 30 and we're thinking we're getting old, we're like, okay, maybe 40 is not so bad. I'll have a little bit more experience. What do they say? Like around 40, 45, you make the best. You're like basically in your working prime. Like you're making your most money. Okay, but what about when you're 60, 70, 80 years old and your hip hurts and your knees hurt and you got to be careful exactly what you're eating. You can't just eat whatever you want. It's a bummer, right? I'm 43 and I have some issues with my hip, my back and stuff like that. And it's so little compared to some of what people are going through. But I'll tell you what, it's not fun. So we got death, old age. There's 2 more. Anybody have any? Disease and birth, I heard, right? We don't remember our birth, right? But the thing is the birth is so tough, we don't remember. Sometimes people go through this thing called PTSD and they forget some things on purpose, Well, your birth was so hard and rough that you just, I'm not going to remember that, And then disease, where we just went through a couple years ago, COVID, but, in general, not just disease of the body, but how about the diseases of our mental health, We're going to work, we have bosses, and we have so many people with expectations on us, and it can be very tough, very diseased. So, the devotee doesn't want to take another birth, because if that birth is a material birth, even no matter how auspicious it is, it's going to result in birth, death, old age, and disease. And nobody wants that. So in this verse also, we were at 28, there's another word called renunciation. Can anybody tell me what renunciation is? Don't be shy. What? Giving up everything? Repeating? Repeating it? Giving up everything? Yes. Renunciation, it means you're formally rejecting something, right? I don't want this, I reject it. But the thing is, it's interesting, is Krishna just spoke in the verse before, and what did he say? He said, work. He said, do your work, eat. Do your austerities. Do whatever you do and you do for me. But he's telling us in the next verse to renounce. This principle of renunciation will be liberated. You will be liberated and come to me. So how do we understand this as devotees? Krishna wants me to work, but I'm supposed to be renounced? Well, Krishna is speaking in the Bhagavad Gita about the renunciation of the desires to gratify our senses. This is called material sense gratification. So the soul is naturally active, But the natural action of the soul is to serve. It's all, matter of fact, just the same as nobody can work, nobody cannot serve in this material world. But the difference between a devotee's work and a person who's not working or working in a way that's bonding them is the devotee's thinking, as the verse 27, how can I do this in a way to please Krishna? How can I work? How can I eat? What can I do that will be in a way to please Krishna? And therefore, the devotee is renounced, and they are no longer in inauspicious and auspicious activities. It's called transcendental activity. 29. I envy no one, nor am I partial to anyone. I am equal to all, but whoever renders service unto me in devotion is a friend, is in me, and I am also a friend to him. To those who are, I would say, I'm going to say this gently, maybe been hurt by religious principles before and are not so interested in religious activities, this can be a little bit off-putting. Because what are you talking about? What you mean, if I'm going to be friend with Krishna, or if I'm going to get Krishna's special mercy, then I have to engage in devotional service. I have to, excuse me. Okay, if I do that, he'll give me special mercy. But if I don't do it, then he's just going to be equal to me. What does this mean? How do we take this? So, Srila Prabhupada explains in the purport that Krishna is equal to everyone and that everybody has the opportunity. And he is always reciprocating perfectly to every individual, to their desires, to their karma. Krishna is reciprocating in this way. And so if we look at the verse before on 27, and it says, Krishna says, do your work for me, become my devotee, whatever you eat. If we are working in a way that's devotional to Krishna, if he's reciprocating perfectly, what does that mean Krishna's doing for us? Any thoughts? I'm going to make you think in this class. What do you think? If I'm working for Krishna and I'm doing devotional service to Krishna, and he says he's equal to everyone, then how is Krishna going to reciprocate? Any thoughts? What's that? By giving them mercy. Or he's going to become devoted to them, right? If we're doing devotional service to Krishna and he's equal to us, then Krishna is going to do devotional service to us. He says, I'm equal to everyone. So if you're sitting back understanding, why isn't Krishna in my life? Why isn't Krishna presenting himself too? You might ask, how are you reciprocating with Krishna? Are you doing activities where you don't want to hear about him or that you're not so interested in him? Then he's very kind and he'll sit back and he's fully renounced. But if you're doing activities in a way that you're trying to get to know Krishna, you're doing service to him in a way that's loving and devotion, then he's going to reciprocate naturally back for you. And so this is how we can understand this verse. Srila Prabhupada says in the purport, the Supreme Lord becomes the devotee of his devotee. How nice is Krishna? How wonderful is Krishna? He literally has everything. There's nothing that we can do that can impress Krishna. He has it all. If you give him the nicest car, Krishna is like, I've got airplanes that fly. I have my devotee Garuda. He flies on a giant bird. We can offer him some food, but Radharani, Krishna's conjugal lover, is making Krishna a different offering every day. She never gives him the same thing twice. So what can we do to impress Krishna, so the person that has anything? So the secret there is that when we do something, we're doing it with love. And that's what Krishna is accepting. He appreciates, it's like a child who draws a picture of the family. and it's a stick figure, and you see the dog, and you have to work a little bit to even see that it's a dog, right? Like, what's that? Mom, Dad, that's my dog. That's our dog. Oh yeah, it's the dog. That's right. So instead of nitpicking at the picture, you think, oh, how nice it is that my son or my daughter has done this for me. And you appreciate it with that love that they've given. So similarly, Krishna, our drawings might be, in such a way that they're, who knows what they look like to Krishna. But when we do it for love, Krishna is accepting it. And therefore, when he accepts that, he also reciprocates with us. 30. Even if one commits the most abominable action, if he is engaged in devotional service, he's to be considered saintly because he is properly situated in his determination. We all make mistakes. Part of the material condition is that we will make mistakes. But all mistakes aren't equal. Some people could take this verse and they could think, oh, here's my get out of jail free card, right? It doesn't matter. I'm going to commit some abominable action, and if I keep on doing devotional service, then Krishna will be fine. He's going to say, already says I'm properly situated. However, that's very offensive that we do these activities on purpose, expecting Krishna to forgive us. Instead, there's mistakes that we make where we are sincerely trying to engage in devotional service, and because of the situation around us, because of our situations, that we make mistakes. For instance, some of us have grown up into places where our activities were very low in the mode of ignorance. And so when we begin devotional service, that some attraction might come to those activities again. And somebody might slip and partake in some of those activities. But the sincerity of the person and the determination to become Krishna conscious and to serve Krishna, then Krishna welcomes them back. So sometimes when we make mistakes, we are really hard on ourselves, right? But that's even, how should I say this? The quality of the heart, of the quality in which we are giving ourselves a hard time is also important too. Because sometimes we're moaning, lamenting for our mistakes, and it's all about us. And it just causes more of that spiral downwards. Instead, if we listen to the acharyas, they say, listen, you made a mistake, get back on the horse and get going. Start chanting Hare Krishna, start working out your relationship with Krishna, and keep going. Don't just sit there in a mood of depression. I want to be clear here. I am not saying that depression is not serious. It is very serious. If you are depressed, or you know somebody that's depressed and they can't kick it, then they need to get help. Absolutely. However, what I'm saying is, if you have the intelligence to understand that you're having a hard time, and you can switch your intelligence to, this isn't doing anything very good for me. This is just actually causing me more hard time. Maybe I need to shift, and I need to start getting back on that horse and working harder to become a devotee. Then that sincerity is very much appreciated by Krishna. And in the same mention as I just said before, that sincerity can also be, hey, I can't get over this. I keep on having this trouble. I can't kick it. Maybe I should get some help. No, not maybe. You should get some help. So that sincerity is also appreciated by Krishna very much. Let's see here. Srila Prabhupada says in this purport, on the other hand, one should not misunderstand that a devotee in transcendental devotional service can act in all kinds of abominable ways. This verse only refers to an accident due to the strong power of material connections. Devotional service is more or less a declaration of the war against the illusionary energy. As long as one is not strong enough to fight the illusionary energy, there may be accidental fall downs. But when one is strong enough, he is no longer subject to such fall downs. As previously explained, no one should take advantage of this verse and commit nonsense and think that he is still a devotee. 31. And we'll read this verse. We got about 8 minutes. So we'll read the Sanskrit. I'll read the first line, and then you can repeat, and then I'll go to the second one, and so on. Okay? Kispata bhavati dharmatyama dharmatam kisparam bhavati dharmatma sasvachantim negachati Gentaya pratijanyanti Name bhaktya pranashyati. Is there anybody who would like to also read the Sanskrit? It's very nice to read the Sanskrit because these are the actual words that Krishna said. And when you speak the words that Krishna said, there's a potency behind it. So it's actually purifying by reading the Sanskrit. And you don't have to worry about mistakes because Krishna knows in your heart that you're giving your best effort. So please, anybody. Kispram bhavati dharmatma Sachvatam shantitam negachati Kintaya pradijanyanti Name bhaktya pranashyati. Anybody else? Kispramam bhavati dharmatma Gachati Kanteya pratijanyanti Name prakta pranashyati. One more. Kisparam bhavati dharmatma Sarvacha chintitam majachati Kanteya pratijanyanti Name bhaktya prashantisi. Translation and purport by His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. He quickly becomes righteous and attains lasting peace. O son of Kunti, declare it boldly that my devotee never perishes. Purport. This should not be misunderstood. In the 7th chapter, the Lord says that one who is engaged in mischievous activities cannot become a devotee of the Lord. One who is not a devotee of the Lord has no good qualifications whatsoever. The question remains, then, how can a person engaged in abominable activities, either by accident or by intention, be a pure devotee? This question may justly be raised. The miscreants, as stated in the 7th chapter, who never come to devotional service of the Lord, have no good qualifications. As is stated in Srimad Bhagavatam, generally, a devotee who is engaged in the 9 kinds of devotional activities is engaged in the process of cleansing all material contamination from the heart. He puts the Supreme Personality of Godhead within his heart, and all sinful contaminations are naturally washed away. Continuous thinking of the Supreme Lord makes him pure by nature. According to the Vedas, there is a certain regulation that if one falls down from his exalted position, he has to undergo certain ritualistic process to purify himself. But here there is no such condition, because the purifying process is already there in the heart of the devotee due to his remembering the Supreme Personality of Godhead constantly. Therefore, the chanting of Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare should be continued without stoppage. This will protect a devotee from all accidental fall downs. He will thus remain perpetually free from all material contaminations. So I mentioned in the beginning that we're going to have a presentation on safety for the temple, active shooter presentation. We're in a situation in this material world that we have to do crazy things like have a presentation on active shooter. And it's really nice that the temple is doing this for the protection of the devotees. And so, in the same mood of protection of the devotees, Krishna has spoken this Bhagavad Gita for the devotees' protection also. And so, in these verses, we can understand that the importance of devotional service and working for Krishna. And in that, we can understand that through our sincerity, Krishna is taking us to be his best friend, his friend. And he will surely take care of us. And then in this verse, he says, declare it boldly that my devotee never perishes. Krishna doesn't say just my devotee never perishes. He says, declare it boldly. So we can take solace in this, that if we take up to devotional service, mistakes will certainly happen. They will. Fall down will happen in those mistakes. But in the sincerity to please Krishna and his acceptance of the love within our activities, he is saying he will take care of us. Now, does that mean Krishna is taking care of me, therefore I don't have to think, I just can do whatever I want, I can do abominable activities, just do whatever? No. We have to use, Krishna gave us our intelligence to think through and to understand him. And by reading this Bhagavad Gita and looking at Krishna on the altar here, it purifies our intelligence to understand what the goal of life is, what the purpose of life is. The purpose of life being to be a servant of Krishna and be a servant of his devotees. So, I will end there because we have about 5 minutes, and I'd really like to hear any questions, comments, concerns that you guys have, devotees have. Any questions? Please. Yes, Prabhu.
Appreciating your confidence and your faith in Krishna consciousness. It's not easy to speak this. The language is very simple. Things are very deep.
I've made a lot of mistakes. to see that Krishna is yeah.
You are bold enough to say that, hey, there will be a fall down, there will be a tripping, but since you're glad to please Krishna, get back in the heart and just right home. Now, it's hard for anyone to say this sitting in the gospel. Everyone wants to sit in the gospel and speak good things. Really appreciate your faith and confidence.
Thank you. You're very kind, Prabhu. Any questions, comments, thoughts? Anybody else? Please. Don't be shy. Any doubts, any thoughts, any questions? Yes, Prabhu. Oh, just a second. We have a microphone right here, and it'll be, we broadcast this on the internet, so there's millions of people listening to you right now. Just kidding. There's a few people, though.
Hare Bol Babaji.
Yes,
Can you
Hare
hear me?
Krishna. Yes, I can.
So my question was like, you just told like few minutes ago, like Krishna is looking everyone equally. So even if you are serving him or not, like what's the purpose of serving him? Like, when he's seeing everybody equally.
Yes. So Krishna is known to be completely renounced, right? Renounced in the sense of, we can understand his renunciation in the sense that if somebody doesn't want to know him, he'll say, it's okay. He'll still love us, but he will not act in a way that he's going to impose himself on the person. So that in this instance, to give you a hard, a gross example is the atheist. The atheist will find so many reasons to be an atheist. Do you know who's giving them the reasons to be an atheist?
No.
Krishna. Krishna is giving them the intelligence to be an atheist. Because that's what they want. That's how much he loves us so much that if we want to be atheists, He will give us the intelligence to figure that out. However, Krishna does know that after some time of our existence in material nature, we get smart and we go, wait a minute, this isn't really working. And then we start to ask questions and we start to look to Krishna and say, hey, what's going on here? But when we make that turn to face Krishna, He's also reciprocating perfectly. And He says, yes, I'm ready to answer your question. I'm ready to receive you. So this is our freedom of choice. You know, we use this free will. We have the free will to turn our back on Krishna or to face Krishna. And that choice, Krishna will reciprocate with perfectly. And what's really tough is sometimes when we're trying to become devotees, we're flip-flopping sometimes. We're using our renunciation. Oh, Krishna, I need you. He gives us a little bit of happiness or calm. You know, he takes away the hard thing that's in it. And we go, oh, look what I've done. I've got myself out of that hard situation. And Krishna goes, okay, no problem, you know. And then we get into another hard situation and Krishna takes care of us. And eventually we go, wait a minute, maybe I should never turn my back. Maybe I should understand that Krishna took care of this situation, that He's the one who gave me the intelligence and everything's coming from Him. And then we eventually get more trust builds up. To be honest, more trust gets, it's not just becomes knowledge, it becomes realized knowledge. I actually experienced this. I prayed to Krishna. He protected me. And then it happened again, and it happened again, and it happened again, and my trust became deeper and deeper and deeper, until eventually we get to the point where it's like, nah, I'll just stay there. You know, I won't go wandering off. Does that answer your question okay?
Yeah, and one more question on top of it, like,
okay.
So, like, few people are suffering more, and from other point of view, like, you know, we see like people are happy on, people who are suffering feel that, you know, there are people who are very happy without any much struggles in their life. So does that depend on the karma of each and every individual, or like, you know, there are like many people who are on streets, they don't have home and all, like there are few people who are earning a lot, and but still they have miseries. And also I'm still confused, like, you know, like when Krishna is seeing everybody equally, like why is He making few people suffer without any houses, and few people are having houses?
He's not making us. He's giving us the opportunity to get whatever we want. And naturally, when somebody wants material, when they want to gratify themselves without Krishna there, it's nearly impossible to get the joy that we're looking for, because material nature is temporary, and it's spiritual life is eternal, full of bliss. So we're naturally looking for happiness. So Krishna doesn't make the person has a choice. We have a choice to become happy or not. And so because of our previous activities, we've been, what do they say? Actions speak louder than words, you know? So if we keep on acting in a way that shows that Krishna, that we're not so interested in Him, okay, here you go. This is how I explain it sometimes. Your parents give you this nice, your parents give you a nice sandbox. And the 5-year-old's playing with it, and the parent says, okay, listen, you can play with the sandbox, but don't eat the sand. But you can play in any other way. Just do not eat the sand. And the child eats the sand. And they go, Mom, Dad, I've got a stomach ache. You got me the sandbox. It's your fault. And Mom and Dad go, wait a minute. We told you not to eat the sand. That's the only thing we told you not to do. So similarly, Krishna is giving us opportunities to understand how to work in a way that won't give us stomach aches, that won't get us miseries. But we turn our back to those instructions and start doing our own thing because we want to try to enjoy separate from Krishna. And that naturally causes misery.
I think I got the point of material things. So to add one more thing, sorry, I'm asking too many questions. One last question. So
just a second. We have a presentation.
Sure.
And so let me double check. Do we have a minute? Or we should. I love answering questions, so I'd say yes, but I want to make sure we have time for the presentation. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. So why don't we'll take Prashadam and stuff in it, and then I can answer your question, okay? Because we're going to do this a really important presentation. Thank you. I really appreciate your questions. Thank you. Okay, thank you everybody for listening. Srimad Bhagavad Gita ki jai. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Gaura Premanande Hari Hari Bo.
His Grace Nanda Braj Prabhu ki. Thank you, Prabhu. Does everybody know Nanda Braj? Nanda Braj is running our Krishna house. He's got a wonderful family. He lives here across the street. He's a wonderful devotee. We're so happy he's part of the community. And he's helping so nicely and doing such amazing service. So if you'd like to help out, and if you'd like to know more about Krishna House, see him, or you have any questions, Prabhu's ready. So I think we're going to have a presentation. Do you want to introduce him, Prabhu? Yeah.
Hare Krishna, everyone. So as most of you know, mass shootings have really escalated in the last year or so. And what I mean by mass shootings is where there's an active shooter type situation. And nowadays, it's not just in schools, it's in malls, as we saw in Allen, it's in grocery stores, almost wherever you go, and also in churches, in the place where we worship. So we know that it says, there's a saying that says, God helps those who help themselves. So we know that Radhakala Chanji is always going to protect us, but we have to take action ourselves. So we wanted to introduce to the congregation, just tell them kind of what we're doing to increase our security here at the temple. And it's going to be an ongoing thing. We're going to continue to take steps to increase our security here. And so tonight's presentation is going to be pretty much solely on the active shooter part and kind of what we should do. And in the future, we're going to also have drills where we're going to actually, just like school children who have fire drills, we're going to actually do an active shooter drill where, people go exit the building and everything. So just to train everyone up on what to do. I mean, we hope and pray this situation never occurs, but we have to be prepared just in case it does. So I'm going to introduce a couple of gentlemen. First of all, if you come on Sundays, you probably have seen Jack. Jack's here in the shirt, blue shirt. And Jack is a former Marine. He's trained in active duty and how to handle active duty, active shooter situations. And so we're really fortunate to have him. He's here every Sunday evening watching over us and protecting us. So let's give Jack, please give him a hand. The other gentleman is actually my son, Janardhan, and don't ask me how he got so big. I guess it's eating so much prasadam, I'm not sure. But anyway, he and Jack are going to actually make the presentation tonight. And so please pay attention. There's going to be slides, and it's easy to kind of drift off. But try to pay attention. And like I said, we're going to continue this so that everyone here can feel safe and so that we can try to protect the devotees as much as possible. So I'll let them take over now.
Just the space bar. Hi, everybody. My name is Janardhan. I own my own security company called Protect. That is how this gentleman and I know each other. We've done everything from personal protection to private investigations, trained in active shooter situations. So our goal here is to keep all of you as safe as we humanly can. The issue being, in a situation like that, your mindset is going to be one of the most important things that can happen. We can do everything that we can. Jack is always going to be here on Sundays. You're going to have that form of protection, but I need everybody here to understand that you are a large part of the security and everything working here. Does that make sense? Okay. Okay, so we're going to go through a really quick slideshow here. I'm going to read what's on the screen, and then he and I are going to interject on some parts, reiterate what's going on, make some explanations. You guys are welcome to ask questions. Just raise your hand, please. And this is, like he said, focused very much on active shooter. This is not, we deal with all sorts of security issues at the temple, and we will be dealing with the security council and actually helping them to become more, competent in dealing with those situations, vandalism, people coming in drunk off the street, all of those situations. This is going to focus very heavily on, something I wish we didn't have to have a conversation about in the first place, which is active shooters. So I want to click the first slide, just hit the space bar for me. So temple safety and security is a whole temple issue, like I was just telling you here. A whole temple approach works to equip the entire body on how to identify and address concerns, how to properly report and assist, and how to properly respond to ensure the safety and benefit of our members, which is you. The fact, in a survey of 4,000 temples, more than 75% did not have emergency or security plans in place at all. That means nothing. We're not going to be one of those temples, okay? Go ahead and click the next one. Why is security a temple issue? Sounds like a dumb question, right? But many temples are targeted because of their influence within the community and their stances on society's hot topics. We're an Indian community in the middle of Texas, which is considered the Bible Belt. Automatically, we're the outliers here, right? Okay? So the majority of incidents in which acts of violence occurred in places of worship are directly associated with mentally ill and emotionally disturbed individuals, hate crimes, religious intolerance, disgruntled persons or previous members who were offended. Somebody coming in, we had to throw them out. They come back mad with a gun, that sort of situation, which is, again, why Jack is here on our busy night, okay? So you're not hitting anything, right? Okay. Understanding the risks. 10% of all mass shootings happen in temples and churches. That may not seem like a lot, but it really is. And the schools have it worse, but we're the next in line. To put things in perspective, from 1999 to 2017, there were 1,421 deadly force incidents in temples and churches. And that number now from 2017 moving forward only looks to have increased drastically. So we absolutely need to be prepared. 835 of those included firearms, meaning someone was attempting to or did shoot someone. And of these incidents, 549 occurred during service times. Now, this is something that Jack wanted to interject with, that there are two types of situations. We have a situation where one person may be scoping things out and wants to come when things aren't as busy, and will go room to room and try to take out people like that. Or on a night like tonight where they know that we're busy, they come in and their whole goal at that point, as he would say, is they don't care about their life at that point. They're here to kill as many people as possible, and that's what they're here to do. And they don't care about their own life if they lose their own life. So neither one of those is a good situation, but we're going to try to be prepared for both at the very best of our abilities, okay? So having a plan in place. A key to responding to critical incidents is having a plan in place. As a temple, we will explore various scenarios, possible threats, and discuss the following. I'd leave this here because I almost deleted this slide, because this is here because this is something that he and I are going to work with the security council at the temple. But I wanted everyone to know that we are indeed working with the security council at the temple, that we are going to be preparing them so that we have places in place with alarms, better exits, better options, because one of the most important things for us is to know where people can go if something happens and to have those places unobstructed. The thing that could cause the biggest problem is walking out to run through a door and there's a ladder and a bucket there, and that costs 8 people their lives. So having clear, unobstructed exits is an absolute must now, and any of the devotees that are here can all take part in making sure that happens. If you see a place that you think, oh, this could be a good exit for somebody to get out of, and you see 4 buckets and a ladder in front of it, go ahead and move it, okay?
Fire hazard, it's an issue.
Precisely.
More of an issue.
So, and what could happen, what will we do in response, who will do that? All of these things that are listed here are things that we will be taking up with the temple council directly, okay? Okay, next. Okay, this right here is probably the most important part of this entire presentation. I do want to clarify. We have 3 steps if an active shooter happens. You have run, hide, defend. Now, to extrapolate on those, run sounds a little misleading. I don't want everybody to just start running in different directions. We need a game plan on which way we're going. People need to know the exits and how to get to those exits. And in fact, you don't actually want to run, if preferable, because we're not trampling each other here. We want people to be concerned with each other, helping each other out. Make sure that you have tabs on your children before you go anywhere. And an exit like that where you can get out to the Kalachanji Park and be in an open field is ideal. Because one thing we have here as a community is any of you could run to any house around here and they're going to let you inside the home. You can't say that pretty much anywhere else because it's all devotees for blocks down here. So any house you run to, they're going to know you're a devotee, they're going to open the door for you and they're going to let you in. So that's a huge, huge thing for us that most people just don't have, okay? Go ahead.
All right, normally I'm just out here wearing plain clothes, just doing my thing. If you see me with this on, in a hurry or rushing somewhere, go the opposite direction. Just get away.
Get low, get away. Put your head down because if he's moving with his vest on, he is moving to take someone out. And at that point, I encourage everyone to duck down and move the opposite direction of Jack, okay? Because he will also probably have his firearm drawn at that point as well, okay? The hide option is a secondary option next to run. Ideally, everybody can get away and get out. Hide is find a place that has strong cover, something that has, at least a board, preferably something stronger, where you can not only hide, but if someone were to open fire, you could potentially be safe behind said object. And then the final one, the one that we don't want anybody here to have to deal with, but we at least have to bring up, is to defend yourself. If you are indeed confronted with someone with a firearm or a knife and you have nowhere to go, fight. With everything you have, every fiber of your being, fight. Because that is your life, or maybe your child's life, which is even worse, okay? So that is our order. Get away, hide if you can, defend yourself if you have to, okay? When a threat cannot be removed, evacuate potential victims. This is going to really, really tie back into Jack being here. When a threat is removed, lock down access to potential victims. So our goal there is to contain them where he can get to them and neutralize the threat, and have you guys a place where you can get out and get away from the threat as fast as possible. Does that all make sense? Okay, next slide. Situational awareness. I only left this one page, but I could go on about situational awareness for 20 minutes. That means everybody here is responsible for their own safety, okay? That means keeping your eyes out. If you see someone come stumbling in the temple room that is obviously intoxicated, find a temple authority or find Jack if you can. If I'm here, find me. But find somebody that can actually provide assistance. If you see my father, let him know. He'll know where Jack is, be able to radio him, whatever. But immediately, with situational awareness, be ready to be aware, be looking around.
Quick interjection.
Yep.
I know I look mean. I'm not. You can approach me. If you see anyone suspicious, please come and let me know.
Please. He's here for you. In fact, Jack took this job when he could have gone and done something much bigger because he's been here with the temple long enough where he genuinely cares about the devotees. And this was my job for almost 20 years, and he's the only person in this entire city that I was okay with taking over this position for me because I'm now living too far away. So he is as qualified as it gets, and literally the only person on the planet that I would say is as qualified as myself that I know. So unusual emotions, anger or rage. You see somebody yelling and screaming, that's pretty obvious something wrong is going on. Crying, if it's a Mataji crying, not a big deal, right? But if you see somebody bawling and falling all over themselves, be aware, make note, and let someone know. I would rather you be too much communication. I would rather you be going to the devotees too much than just going, oh, that's probably nothing, and writing it off, and then we end up having a horrible situation. So laughing in weird, inappropriate times, nervousness or evasiveness, absence of emotion or cold. If you see someone standing there just kind of doing this in the temple room, that is something to be nervous about. And out of control, that goes without saying what that is, okay? Unusual appearance, inappropriate clothing. If someone comes in wearing like a hunter's outfit covered in deer blood, we know it's a problem here in the temple, right? If you see anti-religious symbols coming in here, if someone comes in here with symbols that are, even if they're anti-Christian symbols or something, that's something to be concerned with. It may not mean anything, and he will be able to assess that situation, but it still needs to be brought to his attention, okay?
Any Nazi stuff, please let me know immediately.
Immediately. If you see a swastika, anything like that, they do not need to be on this property. They need to be removed post-haste. Okay? So military clothing, if someone comes in looking a little too scary, if they look like him and they're not him, be a little bit concerned. So concealing garments, no hygiene, dirty and unkempt. We see these people around here all the time. Usually they're handled. All they take is a quick, hey, we can't have you on the property. But it's still something, especially on a busy night like tonight, where security needs to be made aware. And backpacks, bigger, bulky clothing, that's where firearms can be concealed, or even knives. Believe it or not, someone could do a lot of damage with a knife. And, I know we're in America, it's all firearms, but in other countries, there can be 20 or 30 people getting stabbed by one person because a knife is still very, very effective. Let's go to the next slide. Active threat or shooter. An attack can happen without warning, and decisions have to be made in mere seconds that will affect the preservation of life. You may or may not have anyone else present to assist and must use good judgment in whether or not to engage or withdraw from subjects. Okay? That is coming back to this. Most of the time, I don't want any of you to engage with anyone. That will be a temple security member, preferably Jack, that will engage with these people. Your job then will be what we said earlier, to come and get a hold of him and talk to him. I don't want you to just go and try to confront someone and throw you out themselves. So assailants may target select individuals or people at random. Assailants may take a hostage. Assailants may have only one weapon, many or various. Always assume they have more than one. Always assume they have another firearm, a knife, or something more. There may be multiple subjects. That's where we get into something extremely scary. We hope to never have to deal with that, but everything still applies in that situation. And then finally, it may occur inside or outside of the facility. It may mean outside, people are walking in and someone just starts firing upon them. At that point, it's going to be easier for Jack to control. If he's walking around out there, he's a trained marksman. He will be able to handle that situation, most guaranteed. And that's going to be a little different. In here in the temple, where we don't, outside people can scatter. People can run. They can go to whatever direction. In here, we're limited by what exits and entrances we have, okay? Unfortunately, that is not one. As much as I would like to make it one, that is a security room. We have to keep that locked because we can't have vagrants and people getting in there and destroying our security, because then we're dealing with something entirely different and worse. And then you cannot help others if you are hurt or injured. If you are already tripped, even if you tripped and sprained your ankle, your job at that point is to take care of yourself and get out. Other than your own children, don't worry about anyone else. And you will know when it is time to withdraw versus engaging. And what that means right there is engaging for you is going to be almost never, okay? Unless you have no choice, engaging is not an option for any of you. That's our job, okay? But given in that situation, back to the point I made earlier, if you're forced to engage, do so because your life matters, do so as if your life matters, with every fiber of your being. Fight for you, fight for your child. Next slide. Okay, considerations on use of force. State laws protect those who use reasonable force in the act of saving a life, self, or others. What that means is if you have to use reasonable force, if you are someone that does carry a firearm and you're walking onto the property or something happens and you see something going on, you have the right to defend yourself or others if you see an active shooter. You are protected by the law. The only time deadly force is permitted is when the victim reasonably believes that their life or others are immediate in danger. If you see someone brandishing a firearm, if you see someone brandishing a knife, that is beyond reasonable belief that they're planning on hurting someone. At that point, by all means.
You see someone walking around open carrying in a holster, weapons in the holster, please let me know, but don't immediately resort to force.
Period. And again, that comes back to none of you should be immediately resorting to force. You should be finding someone to let know.
Be legally open carrying, and they haven't been told not to yet.
Yes, because some people just don't know in Texas that they can't carry their gun everywhere because we have open carry law. You can just walk around carrying it. It's like the Wild West around here. So, but it is what it is. And so some of those people may be completely law-abiding citizens who just forgot to take their pistol off their belt, and we don't need to create a scene when all they're doing is trying to come to the restaurant and get some prosciutto, okay? So, and subject must pose an imminent threat to yourself or others. That's redundant a little bit. You'll know very easily if someone is being a threat, and you'll be able to assess that yourself. Okay, one more. Things to remember. Remain calm, use clear verbal directions and command presence. That means to each other, but that's a huge factor here. So if you guys are all moving towards this exit and nobody's communicating and you're all just running as fast as you can, people are going to get trampled. Children may even get trampled. By communicating with each other, Prabhu, we need to move to the left, move to the door there. That's the door we're supposed to go out of. Clear, open communication can be the difference between no lives or 10 lives being taken. It is as important as it gets. Communicate to fellow congregation members. Basically the same thing, but that also means if you see someone who you know is part of the Security Council, if you see him, obviously number one choice to speak to, okay? But being clear-headed, moving at a quick but steady pace where everyone can keep up and communicating with each other. It says, report to temple security. We've gone over this a billion times now. Report to the temple security or authority. And call 911. At this point, if any of you have your cell phones on you and you cannot find Jack and somebody is in here, call the police immediately. The thing is, we can call 911 as much as we want. One thing I do want to say, if you have any suspicion that someone may have a weapon, that is what will get the police out here in 5 minutes versus 45 minutes, okay? So I encourage you, if you have even a small inclination to think that somebody may have a weapon, that is the first thing that you tell. We're pretty sure that.
Call them and then come look for me.
Exactly.
Whatever you gotta do.
You can look for him while you're calling them. The point is reiterate to the police that you believe the person is armed. Because in a place like East Dallas where they deal with calls all the time, if you just say, hey, there's somebody here causing trouble, they could be here, and we don't even, sometimes they don't even show up. The one guarantee to make the police show up is to say that you believe the person is armed. That will get the police here in 5 minutes flat, and probably 20 of them, which is what we need in situations like that. We're not in the greatest neighborhood here. We're just not. Okay, so luckily for us, we're surrounded in devotees, as I said earlier, but outside of those devotees, we're in not the greatest neighborhood. Okay, so let's keep that in mind. Appears to be under the influence and disruptive. That's what we talked about before. If you see somebody come in drunk, you can call the police to get Jack, whatever is the easiest thing. I always encourage you to get Jack as soon as you can, but also calling 911 is totally okay. Anybody in here can call 911 if they don't feel safe. There's no rule in here that we're telling you can't call the police. Call the police. Seems emotionally or mentally unstable, kind of what we were talking about earlier. Again, call the police. Find Jack. And if they're suspected of being armed even for a second, do not wait to call the police. Immediately do so, okay? So what we're looking at here is that the security, as we go through this, we're going to start doing drills. I know this is a pain. I know nobody wants to do these things, but the one time something happens will be the one time that everybody wished that they did, okay? So we have to implement new security measures. We're looking at everything from getting the doors, roll down doors, to a security system that can be set off with a phone, where if that goes off, that means we know there's an active shooter, all of these sorts of things. So this will be things that we implement internally here at the temple. This was more of a presentation for all of you to understand how best to react in a situation like this, okay? Now, are there any questions? Yes, Prabhu.
Does that mean that there's a rule open carry is disallowed in the temple?
Yes, it is.
Are we going to post the 30-06, 30-07?
It's pretty common knowledge not to open carry in a church as well.
Right, but according to state law, in order to enforce that, you have to post the 30-06, 30-07 out front. Otherwise, it's unenforceable. If you just have a sign that says no firearms allowed, it's really not enforceable.
That's true, but if it's private property, if we make the request, then we can decide who's on private.
He's correct. He is.
But yes, it is a good idea to put those signs out.
To your point, Prabhu, we absolutely should have those signs up, 100%. They should have been up a long time ago. It is, and we will and I like the idea of what you're saying here, to post the actual law versus no firearms allowed. If you go into most doctor's office or most churches, all they have is a sign that says no firearms allowed. It's common. I would rather take every step, especially since it's not any harder to do what you just said than it is to just post no firearms allowed. But we need to have that up. But he's also correct. On private property, we can't ask them to leave. So, and it's not that we have any issue with people carrying firearms. It just becomes scary for people who, you understand. I know you understand, Donna Kaylee. So, any other questions? No? Okay, we can get back to the fun stuff now. It's very nice to see all of you. I'm glad you're all here. I appreciate your attentiveness and listening. There will be more and more of this going on. We will be tightening security measures around here so that all of you can feel safe when you're here on the property. And I will be around more often as well. He and I are going to be working on through multiple avenues to tighten up security around the temple and make everybody safer here, okay? Okay, thank you very much. So the other thing that he wanted me to bring up here is we will be scheduling another meeting. All of you can keep eyes, the website, keep everything, looking out. We will be scheduling more community meetings, because the more of you that are in here when we process and give you this information, the more of you that know and the more in sync all of you are going to be. So if it was up to me, we'd have every devotee that's ever shown up at this temple here right now to listen to this. So we're going to continue to schedule community meetings. We're going to continue to schedule security meetings. We're going to continue to push forward with all of this so that, again, everyone here can feel safe coming to the temple every Sunday or every day, whenever they're here, okay? Okay? Thank you, Prabhu.
Let's hear it again. Hare Krishna for Janardhan and Jack Prabhu's Ki. I'm also here most Sundays, and I'm doing security too. I carry a firearm. Donna Cayley sometimes will be here. He carries a firearm. He's allowed to do that. He's a long-term member. So don't freak out right away if you see someone with a firearm. Ask one of us and say, is he allowed to have? There's a small number of us that are allowed to have because we're assisting Jack and Janardhan. Maturnath Prabhu, everyone knows Maturnath Prabhu. He also carries. He's here for security. Padmaji is there for security. She can go to hold of us real fast if you ever have a problem. If there's a disturbing person here, but they're not like outright threatening, but they're disturbing, ask one of the temple authorities. Nandabraj Prabhu, Prabhus that are here, ask them, and also Durshai Prabhu. So we want to keep everybody safe, and we want to thank again Maturnath Prabhu, Janardhan Prabhu, and Jack Prabhu Ki. So there's announcements? No, you should come. Thank you, everybody, and please keep your eyes open for the next meetings. And for anybody that's part of the temple, we're going to have training for each department. Like deity department, we'll get all the members together, train them, what happens, how to lock the temple, how to exit, all these things. Thank you.
Thank you, Dharma Prabhu, very much. Hare Krishna. Okay, so today we have announcements. Today's feast was sponsored by an anonymous donor. And so, although they are anonymous, Krishna, Radha Kalachandraji knows who they are. So what we'd like to do is, on 3, we'll chant Hare Krishna to this anonymous donor, and Radha Kalachandraji will give them his blessings. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. And, sorry, my phone went off. Raise your hand if you're that anonymous donor. I'm just kidding. It wouldn't really make sense, right? Okay. And then Randall Morgan. Randall Morgan, are you here? Anybody with Randall Morgan? Okay. We can chant Hare Krishna for Randall too. Also, 1, 2, 3. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. It's very endearing to Krishna when you sponsor a feast, when you feed devotees. It's one of the things that are most dear to the devotees. Give us some prasadam, and we're very happy. Anyone, if you feed them, right? But then Kalachandraji becomes very happy. So if you want to sponsor a feast, you can sponsor a feast for a birthday party, an anniversary, so many different things. And when you enter over here in the hallway, you'll see on the left Mother Padma. You can talk to her and she'll help you with sponsoring a feast if you'd like to do that. So to prepare today's feast was Gora Kumari Mataji and her team members. Gora Kumari, are you here? How about any of the team members? Were they here helping? Are you here? Oh, you guys helped? Okay, stand up, stand up. Look at these smiles on their face. This is what a smile of service does. Okay, let's say Hare Krishna to Gora Kumari and the team here. 1, 2, 3. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Thank you, guys. I really like those smiles. Okay, and then for Cut Up, Neela Chalachandra Prabhu, he's here almost every Sunday doing cut Up. He's so kind. And I never see him here when we get a chance to say thank you, but if you know Neela Chalachandra Prabhu, please thank him. Clean Up. Our serve-outs are going to be done by Mathura Priya Prabhu, Aprimaya Prabhu, Nagar Arjun Prabhu, and their serving team will take care of serve-outs. And then the cleanup team will be Dajanitai, Abhiram, Gora, Vrajendra Sutta Prabhu, Turapati Prabhu. They'll help clean up. So can we give a Hare Krishna to the cleanup team, the cut-up team, and the serve-out team? Ready? 1, 2, 3. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Thank you guys for all of you for coming, and we'll have Kirtan here, and then we'll have Prasadam. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna. It's okay. Dharma Prabhu was liking us to sing. Dharma Prabhu was liking us singing back here. Yeah. I mean, what do you think? Do you want to try putting it back there?
उन्होंने भी तो बोला है क्या स्टेज पर ये तो वहाँ गए थे सब हाँ
We've got about 10 minutes before Arti starts, so we'll just sing a little bit of Hare Krishna, and then we'll get into Gora Arti. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pristaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pristaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvashesha Sunyavati Paschata Desha Tarine Bolo! Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Bolo! Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna. Jaya Radha Kala Sanji, Radha Kala Sanji, Shri Radhe. Jaya Radha Kala Sanji, Radha Kala Sanji, Shri Radhe. Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Prabhupada. Kiva Jaya Jaya Gaura Chande Arati ko shobha. Kiva Jaya Jaya Gaura Chande Arati ko shobha. Janavi tatavane jagamanalo bha.
દખીને નીતાય ચાન બામે ગદાદાર નિકટે અદ્વૈત શ્રીની વાસ છત્રધાર નિકટે কিবা বসি আছে গৌরাচান রত্ন সিংহাসনে আরতি করে না ব্রহ্মা অধিদেব গানে জীবনরা হরি আদি করি চামার ধুলায় সঞ্জয় মুকুন্দ বাসু গোষধি গায় শিব শঙ্কর বাজে ঘন্টা বাজে বাজে করতালা মাধুরা মৃদঙ্গা বাজে পরম রসালা শঙ্খ বাজে ঘন্টা বাজে মাধুর 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 বাজে 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 হরি বল হরি বল হরি বল নিতাই গৌরা হরি বল হরি নিতাই গৌরা হরি বল হরি বল হরি বল নিতাই গৌরা হরি বল কিবা বহু কোটি চন্দ্রজিনি বদন উজ্জ্বলা गाला देशे वनमाला कोरे जलमाला गाला शिव शिवा शुक नारद प्रेमे गदगद कति विनोदा देखे गौरर संपादा शिव जय जय गौरा चांदे आरती को शोभा जानावी ताटवाने जगमान लोभा हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल निताय गौरा हरि बोल निताय गौरा हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल निताय गौरा हरि बोल नमः ॐ विष्णुपदाय कृष्णप्रेष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्ति वेदांत स्वामी निति नामिने नमस्ते सारस्वते देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेषा शून्यवादी पाश्चात्यादेशतारिणे जय श्रील प्रभुपाद जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर भक्तवृंद जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर भक्तवृंद कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर भक्तवृंद हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Jaya Radha Kala Chanji Radha Kala Chanji Shri Radhe. Jaya Radha Govinda Shri Radhe. Jaya Jagannath Jaya Baladeva Jaya Subhadra. Jaya Gaura Nitai Gaura Nitai Jaya Gaura Nitai. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Gurudev Jaya Jaya Gurudev. To beat. निताय गौर हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल निताय गौर हरि बोल हरि बोल निताय गौर हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल निताय गौर हरि बोल जय ओम विष्णुपाद परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य अष्टोत्तर शत श्री श्रीमद हिज डिवाइन ग्रेस एसी भक्ति वेदांत स्वामी श्रील प्रभुपाद की जय ओम विष्णुपाद परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य अष्टोत्तर शत श्री श्रीमद भक्ति सिद्धांत सरस ठाकुर गोस्वामी प्रभुपाद की अनंत कोटि वैष्णव वृंद की जय। नामाचार्य हरिदास ठाकुर की जय। प्रेम से कहो श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर भक्त वृंद की जय। श्री श्री राधा कृष्ण गोप गोपीनाथ श्याम कुंड राधा कुंड गिरि गोवर्धन की जय। ब्रजभूमि श्री वृंदावन धाम की जय। मायापुर नवद्वीप धाम की जय। पुरुषोत्तम क्षेत्र जगन्नाथपुरी धाम की जय। गंगा माई की जय। यमुना माई की जय। भक्ति देवी की जय। तुलसी महारानी की जय। समवेत भक्त वृंद की जय। निताय गौर प्रेमानंदे हरि। All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories, all glories, all glories to Shri Shri Guru and Shri Gauranga. All glories to Srila Prabhupada.
Namaste Narasimhaya Namaste Narasimhaya Dahine Hiranyakashipu Vakshaha Shilatankana Kalaye Kalaye Ito Nasimha Parato Nasimha Yato Yato Yami Tato Nasimha Bahe Nasimha Hrudaye Nasimha Narasimha Madim Sharanam Prapade Tavakara Kamalavare Nakam Adbhuta Shringam Dalita Hiranyakashipu Tanubingam Keshavadita Narahari Rupa Jaya Jagadish Hare Jaya Jagadish Hare Jaya Jagadish Hare Avakara Kamalavare Nakam Adbhuta Shringam Dalita Hiranyakashipu Tanubingam Keshavadita Narahari Rupa Jaya Jagadish Hare Jaya Jagadish Hare केशवधृता नरहरिरूपा जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे केशवधृता नरहरिरूपा जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे ओ जय जगदीश जय जगदीश जय जगदीश हरे जगदीश हरे जय नरसिंहदेव 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 जय नरसिंहदेव प्रहलाद जय प्रहलाद महाराज जय जय प्रभुपाद 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 जय जय प्रभुपाद प्रभुपाद जय प्रभुपाद जय जय गुरुदेव 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 शिला गुरुदेव नीताय गौर हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल गौर हरि बोल बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल जय गौर हरि बोल विघ्न विनाश लक्ष्मी सिंहदेव भगवान की जय भक्त शिरोमणि प्रहलाद महाराज की जय जगत गुरु श्रील प्रभुपाद की जय गुरुदेव की जय गौर प्रेमानंद
keep staring at me. The same ring. That's not even drip. Look at how long the Amber Alert is. It's such a...
Thank you. It's fine. Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Nityanamane Namaste Saraswati Devi Gaudavani Pracharana Nivasesa Shunyavadi Prasadyari Sutarna Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaura Bhaktivinda Harinam, Harinam, Harinam Eva Kevalam Lo Nasteva, Nasteva, Nasteva Gati Anyata Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare 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 Rama, Rama Rama, Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare